Cool. Um, Damn. Oh yeah. So Virginia's 25-year-old female, the daughter of Gammy Rule and her father, which is not discussed during the initial session. She had one sibling named Freddie. She has one sibling named Freddie, which it seems like she is not close to. She cloaks the knife with pretty linen and presents it as a gift. She croaks the phrase, "We pretty women, sending me away adrift. Her dreams are dead, so please take mine. I wonder how she sleeps at night. My dreams are nightmares stuck in time, a linen damaged by a knife." It's a shitty poem. Okay, so this is her medical. This is her. This is like her. She owes money to the hospital. Don't stay in bed, Mark. To our dearest customers, we're sorry to inform you that we will be closing our store at the end of the week. Unfortunately, we can no longer compete with the larger supermarket chains that have laid their claim to our small town. We wish to thank you for patronage and invite you to going out of business sale. This is just a classy Milton Haven. There's some reason. I resorted to writing you letters because you won't answer the phone. I'm surprised not to hear the answering machine we bought you coming in is broken. Your father insists we send you money for the electric bill, and though you know I love you, I will support you. I do not want to encourage you begging us for money every other month. You need to find something more lucrative. Selling your toys is too niche. You're always such a personality. Maybe you could use that to your advantage somehow. Mom, Dad, and Freddie. Three 26, 1997. My brother was just born. um Miss Virginia rule. I have this where it's not as tore up, so we can kind of look at it. There we go. Wednesday afternoon, the sheriff's department received a call from Mr. Anderson Parker, manager at Home Mart department store, about a distraught woman screaming and breaking various items in the store. Dispatch sent a call. Upon arriving on the scene, the suspect had already self-inflicted stab wound to her abdomen and a fatal wound across her neck. Paramedics were called and police tape was used to seal off the crime scene for investigation. Suspect was identified as Miss Virginia Rule, who apparently had issues being seen in public or seeing her own reflection. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Taking statements from co-workers, shoppers, and Miss Rule had a panic attack, which resulted in the accidental breaking of a mirror due to the mishandling of the situation by people around her at the time. A quick escalation resulted in Miss Rule taking her own life using a shard of broken mirror glass. There's no evidence of foul play, though I suspect she might have been in relations with a staff member named David. We'll go back for questioning. Who's David? We'll go back for questioning. I wish there was a way to zoom into this thing. It's kind of hard. Patient began treatment as a mandated disciplinary measure in college. Uh, Roommates expressed concern possible suicide ideation. Patient would hide in her room for fear of judgment over her personal appearance. As a child, patient was entered into, swear to God. Was suddenly appearance and performance. Patient suffers from the constant notion of judgment from others stemming from pageant participation, compounded with an accident which resulted in facial disfiguration and unsupportive home environment. Patient internalized this to an extreme degree, retaining a strong aversion to public spaces for fear of being judged. Patient won't look in mirrors, often lashing out in anger at those who perceives as judging her. Patient was encouraged to establish routine errands that would put her outside when her local grocery store closed down, thanks to retail competition from the Walmart. Superstar patient has to alter routine by picking up food in a much more crowded place. Heightened sense of anxiety as of late. Increased sense of I think this is gonna be more about Max and Alan. Let's just put it back. But it is about Max. Virginia was referred to service as a mandate by her college due to concern for her safety by her. Okay, we're gonna reword that. Virginia was mandated to begin services due to her roommates' concerns with her isolating in her room for the majority of the day. Virginia Virginia presents Virginia's Virginia previously when she was 6 years old and before it was active in beauty pageants as pushed by her mother, Gemma, where she would receive verbal abuse towards her weight, appearance, and performances on stage. During this time, it is not known, but assumed she did not receive much support from her father or brother. When Virginia was 6 years old, an accident took place where when she was in the bathroom, she accidentally pulled a mirror down while trying on her mother's makeup, which caused her to have lesions on her face and upper neck, leaving visible scarring. After this incident, Virginia no longer was involved in beauty pageants, where and her family become slightly more supportive of her to get her involved in the outside of the household. Does Virginia live by herself? There's a thing for Control F1. There we go.
There's no one out there.
Hey, Super. What you been up to, bud? Hey, what's up, Dooney? That's pretty cool, Super.
Was worth a shot.
It's probably just game sucks, you know? I forgot where Desmond's. Oh, I think it's upstairs. It is. Oh, damn. What you been up to, Dooney? That's pretty cool. Do you think if I email that, uh, well, dox myself. Whoop. There we go. Neighborhood farm. Yeah. Nay. Yeah. Pharma at mayor.co.biz. Oh, it's an actual email. Neighborhood pharma at mayor.co.biz. Neighborhood question. Good afternoon. I was wanting to inquire about the pharmaceutical options you all provide within the Mayor Greater area. Thank you, Johnny S. Sen. Okay, let's see where that's going. Just fucking email, a random email. Maybe like some. Oh, and honestly, it's probably some like autist who, runs the fucking that email and they're gonna send some like gabagool bullshit.
Numb.
Um, did I not ever put the bedroom key in here? Oh, I need the.
On my spine.
There you go. Huh. I don't think I was gonna psychoanalyze Desmond. I think it usually is just like pretty straightforward. He's just a depressed man. I don't think that's like a huge, talking point. If you guys don't know what I'm doing, I'm like psycho analyzing the clients in this game. I like how as the second one I just put fucking whatever. I wish there was like an easy way. Oh, I wanted to control F1. Fuck. Oop. I wanted to take like a video. I'm just gonna turn. There you go. I just wanted to take a video of the desk. So I had what I wanted to do is I wanted to kind of like make folders like these and like just discuss. Ooh, okay, F1. Okay. I wanted to take like folders like these and like discuss, like I know that this like kind of explains like personality disorder NOS, which I don't know what NOS means. No, because we don't usually use the term personality disorder NOS anymore. Uh See, this tells me that they use like an older diagnosis tool, which I think they were using the DSM-4 for the game. So, Super, do you think I should use Super or Dooney? You guys can kind of decide. Should I like go off of the diagnosis tools in 1997 or just like modernize it and just say like the DSM-5 TR? Because I mean, she definitely has like agoraphobia. Because this game is 1997, so that's the DSM-4. Or DSM-3. DSM-4, yeah. Yeah. I just think that like the DSM, I mean, I don't know a lot about the DSM-3. And to be real with you, like it's kind of just like archaic in the sense. Is there like a compilation like tape and sound mine tape compilations? Oh, here. Even better. You guys can't hear it. I'm listening to a YouTube video. Okay. I will put on desktop audio for a second. It ain't turn on. I think that's media. Okay. Chat.
Be over in just a minute.
Okay.
Once I'm finished.
Pause.
Eden's Grove was certainly a staple of the community.
Okay, it sounds like she's not really
No.
happy or something.
Where the fuck are you talking?
Jumping.
I can't get my food at Homa-Mart. I won't.
Well,
I'm pretty sure that's like border, like just directly. Here, I'm gonna DSM 5 TR PDF. Thank you, Russians, for the free PDF of the DSM.
what other options do we have? Perhaps outside of Milton Haven?
No, that's even further outside where I feel safe.
Okay. So we're looking for they said personality disorder, so I guess we could start there. Distress of suspicion such as other motives interpreted as malevolent. I don't think she is paranoid. I mean, okay, we'll put paranoid. We're just gonna put in diagnosis paranoid personality disorder question mark. She's not schizoid. Steam, stop. Dude, I swear I have turned off like the fucking pop-ups for Steam like for eons and it still doesn't. Notifications. Fucking hell. There we go. No, I wouldn't buy snake oil. Schizotypal personality is close issue. Antisocial. I don't even know what that is. Super. Where's the pattern? Excessive emotional attention seeking, grandiosity, need for emotional like empathy. Maybe avoidant? No. And maybe OCD. You meant OCPD. They don't. OCPD. Oh. Okay, so Paranoid personality. My phone keeps going on. Oh, the email that I sent out for the game didn't go anywhere. Criteria. So I need to focus on this. An enduring pattern of inner experience and behavior that deviates markedly from the expectation of an individual's culture. The pattern is manifested in two or more of the following areas: cognitive, affective, interpersonal, and impulse control. Okay, so I need to keep this in mind when going through. Enduring pattern is inflexible and persuasive across a broad range of personal and social situations. I think we have B down. Enduring pattern leads to clinical significant distress and impairment and social. We have C down. The pattern is stable and of long duration. It is onset, can be tracked back at least to adolescent and early adulthood. We have that down, right? The enduring pattern is not better explained as a manifestation consequence of the mental disorder. No, the enduring pattern is not abuse. No, she's not abusing substances. We have cognitive, interpersonal function, and impulse control due to the self-harm behaviors. They usually put, I haven't looked at it, diagnosis criteria. So we have to have okay. So oh god, that's a hard word. Okay, a pervasive distrust and suspicion of others, such as their motives, are interpreted as malevolent, beginning by early childhood, present in a variety of contexts, indicated by four or more of the following. So they have four of these. Suspect without sufficient basis. Others are exploiting, harming, or deceiving him and her. I don't know if we got that. I don't think we got, you know, from, I think that it's mainly being looked at, but we can also look.
Oopsie daisy.
Shut the fuck up.
Yep, sorry.
And believe that there's an opportunity here to work on our exercises in small and timely steps. We focus on the broken call. If you'd like, yes.
Everyone does all the time anyway.
I'm listening.
Shut up, Super.
Jump down here.
When I was a kid, my mom, sing at home, and I was in the bathroom just playing with, like, slipped. I don't know. I out to the pageant, to school, everywhere. Pretty. She said people wouldn't judge me. I look back at them with hatred. I hate everyone looking at me.
It's the story of the patient Virginia.
Yo, yeah, shut the fuck up. You stupid ass bitch. Okay. Suspects without sufficient basis that others are exploiting, harming, or deceiving him or her. I mean, I would say very lately. A1 very lightly, maybe not clinically significant. My clankers help me figure out the Jacket Riot XP encryption and stuff because I don't want to waste my time on something very clearly built to waste my time on, not gonna lie. Is preoccupied with unjust undoubts about the loyalty or trustworthy friends or associates. I don't think so. Is reluctant to confide in others because of unwarranted fear that their information will be used maliciously against him and her. Not really. Reads hidden demeaning or threatening meaning into being remarks or events. Persistently bears grudges, is unforgiving of insults, injuries, or slights. I would say, yeah, like typically. Perceived attacks on his or her character reputation that are not apparent to others and is quick to react angrily or counterattack. Has recurrent suspicions without justification regarding fidelity of spouse or partners. Okay, so she's not paranoid. I don't think she has paranoid personality because she needs 4 and we only really have like 2. So she needs 4 of these. A perceived prior attachment for social relationship, restricted range to expression of emotions, interpersonal settings beginning by early adulthood, presented in a variety of contexts, 6 by 4 and more following. That's hilarious, super. Neither desires nor enjoys close relationships, including being part of a family. I would probably give her that. Like, she doesn't want to be around her family for obvious reasons, so typically almost always chooses solitary activities, yeah. Has little, if any, interest in having sexual experiences with another person. I don't think she's ever had sex. Takes pleasure in a few, if any, activities. Takes pleasure in a few. I mean, yeah. I guess she just reaches all of these. Appears indifferent to the praises or criticism of others. It does not occur exclusively during the course of schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or depressive disorder with psychotic features. Another psychotic disorder, autism spectrum, is not attributed. I don't think that. Yeah, I think like we could just say avoidant personality. But this is for schizoid personality. So let's see. The essential feature of scheduled personality is per se a pattern of attachment from social relationship is restricted to range of expression of emotion in personal settings. This pattern begins by early adulthood and presents a variety of contexts. Individuals schizoid appear to lack a desire for intimacy, seems indifferent to opportunity to develop close friendships, and does not seem to derive much satisfaction from being part of a family or other social groups. They prefer spending time by themselves rather than being with other people. They often appear to be socially isolated or loners. I think 6. She is very retentive about being looked at. Or 7. I don't think I would give her schizoid. Schizotypal, perceived pattern of social and interpersonal. I don't think. Okay, we're gonna just bypass schizotypal, antisocial. I don't think she's antisocial. I don't. I couldn't say four. I wouldn't. I mean, she did harm herself, but I think that was more of an impulse because we don't really have evidence that she's had suicide ideation in the past. Okay. No, I don't think it's histrionic. Narcissistic, I wouldn't even. I'm not even Uber in that. Avoidant personality, that's what I was kind of looking at. Perceived pattern of social ability, feeling evident cognitive hypersensitivity to negative evaluation beginning about early childhood. Yeah, bipolar disorder is pretty bad. Not bipolar, borderline personality disorder. Avoids occupational activities on significant personal contact because of fear of criticism, disapproval, or rejection. Is unwilling to get involved with people unless certain of being liked. Show restraint within intimate relationships because of fear of being shamed or ridiculed. But with being criticized or rejected in social situations. Is inhibited in new interpersonal situations because of feeling of inadequacy. Yourself as socially inept, personal, unappealing, or inferior to others. Is usually reluctant to take personal risk. I mean, yeah, with like anything schizophrenic, schizotopical, anything like that. It's just you have that medication. It's like one of those. Yeah, I mean, drug addiction's gonna make it worse, butter. Um, Maybe I'm just overcomplicating this. No. Let's look for social anxiety disorder. Actually, I'm gonna go back to avoidant personality. Okay. So we're gonna look at avoidant personality disorder and borderline personality disorder and PTSD. She probably has complex PTSD. I mean, we could just ballpark it social anxiety disorder as well. Body dysmorphic. I can't spell it. Disorder. I would also probably throw in there. What other ones do you guys know of? Like body dysmorphic disorder. Probably like passive. Is passive suicidal? I don't think that is passive. Yeah, passive suicidality isn't a disorder yet. Gonna be. I think it will. I think passive suicidality is gonna be a disorder at some point. So let's. Yeah. Oh yeah, pretty much, yeah. Persuasive pattern of social ability, feeling of adequate hypersensitivity to negative evaluation beginning by early adulthood. Avoid occupational activities that involve significant or personal contact. So she's A1. We're looking for 4. So A1. It's not. Didn't pull up. A1. I just want to get involved with people unless certain of being liked. She just doesn't want to get involved with people at all. I don't think it's like being liked. I think it's just in general. So we'll just say A2. Show restraint within intimate relationships because of fear of being shamed or ridiculed. Yeah, she doesn't like being looked at. She doesn't want to be around people. I would say that's pretty baseline. It's preoccupied with being criticized or rejected in social situation. Yeah, A4. Is inhibited in new personal relationship feeling accuracy, views self as socially inept. So no, I don't think she thinks she feels inferior. A7's up there. She's doesn't want to be judged. The such view of what is a person pattern of social ability, feeling negative state and hypersensitivity, negative evaluation that begins by early adulthood. Individuals with avoidant personality avoid work activities involve significant interpersonal contact because of fears of criticism, approval, or rejection. I mean, that's solely just like toy making in her household away from others. Offers of job promotion may be declined because failure to manage new responsibilities might be resolved. These individuals will avoid making new friends unless they are certain they will be elected or accept. I mean, she doesn't seem friendly with her roommates and moved out when reported. I mean, it seems like she moved out of that housing situation. They may act with restraint, be reluctant to talk about themselves, and withhold immediate feelings from fear of being exposed. I mean, doesn't talk to others, struggles to talk about past issues with therapists, and gets frustrated quickly when discussing emotional issues right then and there. Because let's see, because individuals with disorder periodically being criticized or rejected in social situations, they may be marked a low threshold for detecting such reactions. What was 4? She worries about being judged, stared at. It's pretty straightforward. And then 7. Thus, a history of repeated job changes may present individuals with this disorder are usually reluctant to take personal risk or engage in new activities. Does not like going to other places, struggles with change in general. We're gonna look at just dead ass. She has PTSD. Just a dead ass. Where I don't like borderline personality. disorder. She may not have this. God damn, GSM sucks. Um, didn't they change the name to DID for borderline personality disorder? I don't know. I would be so dead ass. I don't know. I know that for this is the newest DSM. This is as new as you could possibly get, which is the DSM 5 TSR, TR. But I'm pretty sure you're conflicting DID and BPD. Isn't DID like, oh fuck, isn't that the one where it's like you have multiple personalities? DID disorder. Yeah, dissociative identity disorder. But BPD is like a serious mental health condition by severe disability and emotion. So this is more like, think about BPD like you would with like bipolar disorder on drugs. Like it's just like 100 times worse. Like BPD is 100 times worse in my opinion than bipolar disorder. Is how I would describe it. Like there's bipolar and then there's BPD. Is how I would like look at those two things. Okay, I'm not saying that clinically. Bipolar disorder. And they're both bad. Okay, I want you to fully understand. They're both not good. It's just I would put BPD a little bit higher than bipolar. That's just me. Like, I would say like bipolar is like, hey, you have really high highs and have really low lows. That's a roller coaster. That's fine. But like with BPD, I wouldn't be scared of schizo, like being schizophrenic. I mean, to some degree, like, it's just a disorder. Like, at the end of the day, all of these are just disorders. Like, the way I tell people, right? The way that I've always told people is like, look, at the end of the day, that shit's a billing code for Medicaid. So that's what it is. It's a billing code for Medicaid. It doesn't describe who you are. It doesn't describe what's wrong with you. It just describes what you're going through. And like there are a ton of people with many old disorders that have normal everyday lives. They live happy normal relationships that never struggle. That's just the normal of it, you know? We have a whole generation to 2 generations of people alive right now who have these disorders who never gotten treated. And at the very least, you've put the step forward in getting treated. You saw that there was an issue and you got it. ASPD. I don't know what that is. I'm supposed to know all of the disorders in the DSM. I really fucking don't. I want to be so real. I really fucking don't. Anyone who says antisocial personality disorder. Oh, we did cover that. Like, never blames themselves for stuff. Yeah. They give that to a lot of like criminals for some reason. Um, I don't even have that anymore. Okay. So we're going back. It's a pervasive pattern and instability of interpersonal relationships, self-image, and effects, and marked impulsivity, beginning by early. Yeah. Frantic effort to avoid real or imaginary abandonment. No, a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships created by your turning between extreme of ideation and devaluation. I would give her 2 to some degree. Identifiers are marked and persistent and stable self-image, a sense of self. Yeah. I wouldn't give her anything with 4. Maybe 5. But we don't really have any evidence for 5. Like, I have nothing that says she's harmed herself in the past. Intentionally. I would give her 6. I mean, they just usually give that to criminals, man. Chronic feeling of emptiness. I would give her 8. I guess I'd give her 9. 5. I mean, I would give her 5. A pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships carried by this alternative between extreme and ideation and devaluation. She doesn't really have any interpersonal relationships. Marked and persistent, stable self-image, just sense of self. Her self-image goes back and forth really bad. Affective instability due to marked reaction to mood, intense episodic dysphoria. So like when we look at dysphoria, we look at like body. Yeah, intense episodic dysphoria, like unhappy, yeah. Because of her like image, her looks, because the game says personality and trauma from past injury, which is just gonna be, I don't think that's a disorder anymore. Irritability or anxiety usually lasting a few hours or rarely. She gets really anxious and irritable when she's in public, and it's like days. I would give it days. Chronic feeling of emptiness, I don't know. Inappropriate intense anger, difficulty showing anger. Yeah, I mean, lashes out. Transient stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptom. Yeah, I think she would have borderline. It's gonna be. What about complex hosts? PTSI. It's really funny to me that PTSD has such like a high fucking thing in its home life. Mom really forced her to do social activities, and then like verbal abuse. So I would definitely say like, yeah, it's on par for like PTSD, all things considered. Like I would give her PTSD, but I'm just looking at like complex PTSD and the DSM. Yeah, we don't in the DSM aside diagnosis. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. So we can't really say complex. So we have A1, A2, she has B4. Intense or prolonged psychological distress is exposed to internal or external cues to symbolize or resemble aspects of the traumatic event mirrors. Which she only needed one. I think physiological means body. Yeah. I would give her C1 and C2. Right. Avoids the alternative. People, places, conversations, activities. These rouse distressing memories, thoughts, and feelings about our close associated traumatic events. I would give her that. Negate negative alterations, cognitive and mood association with a traumatic event, beginning or worsening of the trauma, inability to remember an important aspect of trauma, such as no, she remembers it. I would give her 2. persistent, exaggerated negative beliefs or expectations about, which I mean, she only needs, I think, one, two. Yeah, anniversary. Persistent, distorted information about the cause and consequence of the traumatic event that lead to an individual to blame himself, herself, or others. I mean, it was her fault. Persistent negative emotional state for her. I would say she's just always just on anger. Diminished interest, persistent with significant activities. I mean, she stopped doing her pageants. Feeling detached and it's just, yeah, dude, she's up there on the sixes with the D's. I would say she has like some happiness. Well, yeah. Like if I'm driving and I hit someone with my car, like you're gonna blame yourself. Marked alterations. To your more irritable behaviors or anger outbursts. I would say E1. E2. She has F, just generally. G. H is fine. Yeah, I would say she has PTSD pretty good. I would say she has borderline pretty good. I would say she is avoidant pretty good. Which, okay, in like a clinical sense, we would probably not diagnose with these. We would just give her PTSD. Right? I want you guys to remember that. Like in a clinical sense, if we have PTSD, we would not do anything else. Typically. Like typically in a therapeutic sense, we wouldn't do more than just PTSD. So I want us all to be on that same page of like, we're not doing the 1997 DSM. I think we're just gonna stick with the modern. Oh yeah, but I mean, something for this, I think it would be good to like fully analyze, but like in a clinical sense, we wouldn't do like a whole wave like we are right now. We would probably stop at we would stop probably earlier, to be so real with you. I think she's more agoraphobic. I don't think it's that. Yeah. Yeah, she just has social anxiety. I did see agoraphobia. Active fear of anxiety about two. The using public transportation, being in open spaces, being in closed spaces, standing in line, being outside of the home alone. I would say like just all of this. I wouldn't give her agoraphobia, but I would give her definitely social anxiety. So we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. She's not on drugs. J. If another medical condition, Parkinson's, obesity, disfigurement from burns or injury is present, the fear, anxiety, or avoidance is clearly unrelated or is excessive. It's excessive with her. Like, it is very excessive. See, this is why you gotta read all of the DSM. That wouldn't have caught that. So yeah, I would say it's excessive. Body's dysmorphic disorder. When we get to Max, high guard, I think that's just kind of a quick open book. He just has anger issues. Oh, we passed it. Pre-covered with one or more perceived defects or flaws in physical appearance that are not observed. I would give that A1. Just A. At some point during the course of the disorder, the individuals perform repetitive behaviors, mirror checking. She's broken mirrors. The preoccupation causes clinically significant distress or impairment in social, yeah. The appearance preoccupation is not a symptom better explained when concerned by body fat or weight in an individual whose symptoms meet diagnostic criteria for eating disorder, specifically with muscle to now. It's not about weight. Yeah, she has body dysmorphia pretty quick. I would give it poor insight with poor insight. The individual recognizes that the body disorder beliefs are definitely or probably not true and that they may or may or not be true. The individual thinks that body dysmorphic disorder beliefs are probably true. The individual is completely convinced that the body dysmorphic disorder beliefs are true. We don't have muscle dysmorphia. The perceived flaws are not observable or appear only slightly to other individuals. Concern range from looking unattractive. I don't know if I would give her body dysmorphia due to her having she would fall under it, but I don't know I would give it to her just because we're looking at like are not observable or appear only slight to other individuals. I don't know how bad it looks. Virginia and sound mind. Do we have like no? I mean, we got some scars. I know, let's see. I have this, but I don't think she really appears in here. I can't find it. I think just because they're preservable, like we can't really diagnose her with it. Well, email from it. Who made the game? Let's go look. Hang on. Hello. I'm just writing the script thing still. Great. It happens. Yeah. Isn't that better than nothing? I'm sorry.
Jack.
Okay. What's Totes My Goat Stack game? I forgot the last dude's name. Lucas. I'll look in a second. Digital art book. No, I don't. It's $1. I literally, I would be dead ass. I can't spend $1 right now, man. You want to get it for me? Go ahead. I am so broke. $1 actually is like of concern right now. See, it says online. I closed the page. Oh, thank you, Super. I'm so broke. I needed a fucking $1, bro. How do I open it? DLC. Play now. Ooh. It'll be in the game file. Oh, there's C right here. Oh. Oh. I mean, this does say some pretty deep gashings. Yeah, if we go off of this, I would say that's some pretty intrusive scars. Which this doesn't give like concept for. Like it gives concept for the main character, but like not Virginia. She's like way too attuned into it is the issue. Not as a rule will appear only slightly to other individuals, so those are pretty viewable. Therapy recommendations. I would get that to that later. Honestly. So let's go back up. Presumably after this, she had moved out in her own apartment. After the incident, her no longer was involved in beauty pageant. She had relatively less of childhood until she reached college and she was for roommates. Presumably after this, she had moved out into her own apartment and currently resides. Virginia has severe stress related to public spaces she is not familiar with and has a sphere in which she feels safe going to. She dislikes being looked at or observed by others and believes others are judging her. She has a tendency to break or hide from mirrors, which has caused her to have minor lesions from time to time. She has severe anxiety about mirrors and nightmares correlated to the incident. Outside of this, she has hardship with her relationship with her family, where she will go long periods of time without talking to them or answering their phone calls. Her mother does not want to continue supporting Virginia due to the financial burden. Virginia makes toys but has a hard time selling them. She struggles with tidiness in her apartment, has a history of not paying her bills due to previous mentioned financial hardships. she I'm gonna redo that whole section. Which after the roommate reported the issue, their concern, she moved into her own apartment. Virginia has severe stress related to public spaces and the fear of being perceived by others. She will have anxiety slash panic about entering into public spaces, and when she is in them, it's emotionally and physically anxious to the point of a panic attack. She has a hard time trusting others and believes they are judging her silently. She has in the past broken mirrors inside of her household to not perceive herself, which causes concern for self harm unrelated to suicide ideation or yeah. Any changes in her daily cycles cause immense emotional dysregulation, either through anxiety or anger. Outside of this, she has a hardship with relationships. Her mother does not want to continue. So, they did give her. I closed the fucking game. Is there a disorder? Trauma from past injury. That's not even a disorder anymore, yeah. I think they would just chalk that up to like, you know, a behavioral thing. I think we have like a good setup with her stuff. So I just have to probably write out these things. We're gonna put a page break there. I always forget that you could do table of contents. Island Shore. So we were gonna put, I think it's heading 3. Background. Personality of Alan Shore. Diagnosis. Therapeutic recommendation. See, the thing with like, hey,
Moved in?
no, I'm moving out.
You moving out?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was working on a paper. Huh. Oh, it's like a 3D printer. It like I made a shell, so you can like nail this, and it's like a little mushroom shell. But you can do like a bunch of other stuff with it. It's loud. It's loud though.
Yeah.
I don't actually like. I had this. No, I packed it. Yeah, I had like a little box that I put like tools and stuff. So it's pretty cool. It's just a hobby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You moving out?
Uh, Thursday. Yeah. I'm moving to another building. Yeah. Yeah, I just thought the garbage disposal, like my parents had came just to help pack up some stuff. I'm back. The garbage disposal sticks. And so he just hit it with a stick. Okay, so we got to look at Alan. So I'm gonna do all of the borderline, like the diagnosis stuff later. just because like I'm gonna have to write out like this. Troublemaker in her house away from others, doesn't seem friendly with her roommates, moved out when reported, doesn't talk to others, struggles to talk about. Hang on, one sec. If he got his keys. Okay. But I'm gonna have to like write it out. Like avoidant personality disorder, do a description of what that is. And like why I think she has that diagnosis, and then borderline personality disorder, that diagnosis, PTSD, I think that's like a pretty run-of-the-mill one. And then social anxiety disorder, which to be fair, like I said, like once you have a PTSD disorder, like it's gonna be probably that one and borderline that they're gonna give you. I don't think they're gonna give you avoidant. I may not mention body dysmorphia, I may, who knows. So Alan Shore, in this, in the PDF, it does have like a brief description of him. 38. So we can kind of go off of that. Alan Shore. Alan Shore is 38-year. Alan Shore. You want to kind of keep it the same shucker. Is a 38-year-old man. So Alan was the one that I kind of struggled with piecing together his issue. Let's go look. Nightmare disorder, phobia of the dark, schizotypal traits. Um, 38-year-old man. I'm just gonna move this over. It's 38-year-old man from Montauk, New York, who moved to Milton at the age of 22. Ever since he was young, since he was a child, he had manifestations of, I don't know, actually. I don't think that's an actual disorder anymore. A nightmare. That actually is a disorder, nightmare disorder right here. Damn. I typically don't deal with, I guess that's just spot on. It's phobia of dark. I guess like we could just say like, yeah, he has nightmare disorder. Case closed. I'll look over it. This would be for Alan. Doc told me to write, so I'm writing even though I don't want to write. When I want to do is scream at people. Women by the lighthouse told. Today told her meathead boyfriend was looking at her funny and he punched me in the gut. I wish I could bury both of them in the ground. I'm so mad I'm seeing red. We might have some like anger disorder. Okay. I think this one's kind of clear cut. Since he was a child, he had manifestations of nightmares, which It's a good game. Since he was a child, he had manifestations of nightmare, which developed into a fear of the dark, into a phobia of the dark. He struggled with dark environments, which causes strong feeling of anxiety and internal anguish. When he was 16, both of his parents had died from lung cancer due to them being avid smokers. Patient struggles with being around others and prefers being solitary in comparison to previous jobs he has held. I don't think he's a masochist. It's a pretty gnarly disorder, nightmare disorder. Um, Nectophobia. I don't think it's an actual phobia. I would even say that he has like symptoms of avoidant personality disorder. But yeah, we're looking at schizotypal personality disorder and probably avoidant personality, which typically you don't have two personality disorders. Like I know we gave her two, but typically we try not to. but I mean the cookie crumbles its own way. So let's see, nightmare disorder, repeated occurrence of extended extreme dysphoric or well-remembered dreams that usually involve effort to avoid threats to survival, security, or physical integrity, and that general occur during the second half of the major sleep episode. I would say he probably has that. On awake from this work during the mid-repetitive becomes orientated and alert. Yeah. Sleep disturbances cause clinical significant stress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. He can't sleep disturbance, or he's not on substances. Coexist mental disorders and medical conditions not adequately explained uh, during sleep onset with mental disorder, with medical condition with another sleep disorder. We're gonna give it persistent with severe. I don't think he has another sleep disorder. Is there a disorder? I misspelled there. I don't think he has PTSD. Typically, we don't give like phobia disorder. I would probably give it to him. Not a disorder. A phobia. Yeah. Oh, here, I'm gonna turn this off so I can listen to something. No, we're back. Oops. I can't get that to pop out. Um, A persuasive pattern of social and interpersonal effects marked by acute discomfort with and reduced capacity for close relationship as well by cognitive perception disorder. Ideas of reference. Individuals often have ideas of reference and correct interpretation of casual instance. I think A3. We have 4. How many does it need? 5. Okay. Well. And 5. I guess A6. And then B is just... I don't think he's schizophrenic. Because these are like nighttime related disorders, avoidant personality disorder. I don't think he's avoidant personality. So the diagnosis I come up with is just the ones on the paper. Basically. I mean, I could just outright say, like, yeah, Alan Shore doesn't seem like he's that fucked up. Because I think that's pretty straightforward, is Alan Shore isn't that fucked up. Because he's not really. Bottom of the pit's good.
I'm a little bit anxious. I'm a little unsure of where to go. I'm a little kid swallowed by the shadows in the ocean, and I know it's a little bit daunting. It's a little bit scary when I'm alone. It's a little bit dark outside when I'm uptight. I call you on the phone. When we hang up, I stay awake for a while, wondering if what you say is true. I am flawed but fixable when I manage to shut eye. Oh, for all I know, I'm
Be slumbering. Although I'd rather be dead on your couch in my bed. My head, there's a light, but it's red. I wander around me and surround me till I quit. At the party, oh, I admit, rather see the dark end of the tunnel than of the pit.
all I'm doing is aiding. All I offer to give is a helping hand, but I cannot see but
To 2 feet in front of me to try to understand. We caught in a doorway,
and the fire is
nipping at your heel. If you're stuck on the shit, you're tripping. Pray you did this. When I wake up, I'm hungry for more. Satisfied. Oh God, I'm blue. I'll be alright. But listen for all these uninvited.
I'd say I'm having a damn good night in my bed, in my head. There's a light, but it's red, and I wonder to waters bend around me and surround me until I quit. What's this shining at the far end of the road? Oh, I admit I'd rather see the dark end of a tunnel than the bottom of the pit. I'm in need of a captain, and I wish you were that for me today. I'm in need of a wax and feather set of wings, and then I'll be okay as long as I take off. When the sun can't burn away my dream, don't know when I'll be back this way. Perhaps someday, don't wait. In my bed, in my head, there's a light, but it's red, and I wonder till waters bend around me and surround me until I quit. What's this shining at the far end of the road? Oh, I admit I'd rather see the dark end of a tunnel than the bottom. Tunnel than the bottom, sunk into the bottom of the pit.
I'm thinking that the Chekhov says shoot that thing. When you were young and surrender to our will. and sadder, laugh unhappy. But used to play with dolls all through the movies and the mall. I remember told me, the world came crashing down on me. Did not die, I went to sleep. I was a dream. I like how it ends the song. Oh, Max is 100% just narcissistic tendencies. Fixing if I really might be happy, always happy. I like to see everything's wrong. Is it me? Or am I wrong for not conforming? Yeah, let's see. Max's case study. Max Nygaard is a 45-year-old man who was court ordered to attend sessions due to a domestic disturbance within the household. Within the household, patient is currently married, but patient is currently married. Patient is currently married, but not staying with his daughter, married to his wife Alice, but however, she has filed for separation. It is not living in the household currently. They share a daughter who is 10 years old, named Madison. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't want to know what the fuck that is. No, I'm not doing a goddamn video on Chaos Head. Your old Madison. I don't remember the domestic violence document. Maybe I gotta find it. Replay the whole game now. I have screenshots of the notes. An incident occurred previously. He has a mother. His biological father has been arrested for domestic abuse, which has led to his mother being married with presumed abuse towards over violence towards his mother. Patient appeared to carry resentment. With presumed, this led to his mother being remarried with presumed abuse, remarried with a man she had an affair with. Okay, his biological father has been arrested for domestic abuse, which has led to his mother being remarried, mother separating from him and remarrying a man she had an affair with. Max has resentment towards his mother and presumably blames her for the separation and his father's arrest. Yeah. So I want you to guys understand that I'm saying presumably in the sense of like me and analyzing the characters, but in clinical senses you would not put that. We would never put like this is presumed. Like it has to be factual information. I'm saying presumed, so we have stuff to work with, but I wouldn't say like I wouldn't put on like a client note presumably X, Y, and Z. No. Um, the Max Nygaard has had an incident which he, what was the words? I'm gonna swap these over. Which he had punched a hole in a wall through his garage, which leads to his daughter's room. Let's go to Max's room because I need more information. Then the screenshots I took are kind of small. Is it me? Am I wrong for not conforming? His is red. I think red's up to the left. Yeah, it's up to the left. Is it me? Am I wrong for not conforming? Notice of termination report, reduction in project personnel, Max Nygaard. He did get fired, TV. But yeah. Nope, shotgun shows. I think when it means punch, she probably drove through her wall. But this is like a new, but like look at this. This is like, I think he put his car through the wall, right? I don't think it was like something simple. So, Max Nard had an incident which he punched, an incident where he had kicked a chair across their room, which caused his wife, Alice, to leave to live with her sister, Mary. Alongside alongside Alice has one full custody with no visitation rights under visitation rights. Okay. No visitation rights. No. Autism looks like a cat. We need to listen to his tapes. I actually didn't listen to any of Alan tapes.
He looks to me at
Okay, Mr. Shore, tape's running. Thank you for agreeing to be recorded.
Oh, should I
Yeah.
just start talking? What do you want to know?
What made you decide to seek counseling?
Man, Doc, it's just weird. As in, I feel weird, like I'm weird all the time, you know? I'm not saying this right. People think I'm weird, and it's cool I am, but I shouldn't feel weird, right?
How exactly do you feel weird?
Off, odd, slightly tilted. I've had these nightmares ever since I can remember. I've always had these horrific dreams I can't explain. They recur, man. Like there are themes in them that keep coming back. And honestly, Doc, it's been such a constant that I shape my life around them, you know?
right. Interesting. Oh, this is the way up. Fuck, it's very sloppy. You have to be very careful, I guess. And that's how you arrive. There is. Let's see.
Have you ever seen anyone about these recurring nightmares?
Like a shrink, like you? No. Honestly, for the longest time, I thought it was normal life to wake up sweating, to see things in the dark, frightful things.
What is it that frightens you?
See, that's the thing I don't get. My whole life, I could feel the presence of shadows. I could hear sorrow in the dark. It's poetic, man, I know. I got so used to being paralyzed by dread that I began to like it. And people notice, you know, I say weird stuff sometimes, I guess. At some point, I just decided to live comfortably in this reality, maintaining a beacon of light over a sea of darkness, alone and afraid. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit that being swallowed by darkness or sinking into the depths, it makes me feel alive, man.
I think I would actually give him that personality disorder, avoidant personality disorder. No, never mind. I would just keep it skip so simple.
You've reached the office of Dr.
Doc, are you there? Why would you be there? It's the middle of a goddamn... Doc, I didn't even know it was supposed to come through. It's coming in. It's not even my job. I just like to be prepared. But that ship... It said nothing about that ship, man. And then the bulb quit on me, man, when I needed it the most. It quit on me. I was hurt, man, I don't know. And the Doc, I found one of those flare guns. They're here, the men in black. Weird. That guy Nygaard is here. I've seen him around. Around you, man. I gotta warn them, Doc. They don't know about the monsters. Gotta fight the darkness with light, man.
So this must. It's not so. Angle. Yes.
For you, blackmail. Why do you even want to record? Why do you even want to record this? What's in it for you, blackmail? Never. Mr. Nygaard, if you're not comfortable being recorded, I'll turn it right off. No, I got nothing to hide. We're here for the truth, right? Court-ordered truth, right? Yes. The court did mandate
My
Seems
bad.
like there's no escape.
Why do you even want to record this? What's in it for you? Blackmail? Never. Mr. Nygaard, if you're not comfortable being recorded, I'll turn it right off. No, I got nothing to hide. We're here for the truth, right? Court-ordered truth, right? Yes. The court did mandate these speaking. Well, I ain't no liar. Not like... Well, I ain't no liar. Not like Alice says. Alice is your ex-wife. She's my wife. I didn't sign no paper that says otherwise. Everybody's trying to upend my life here. Trying to ruin my marriage. Take my kid away and turn her against me. Next is what? You want to take away my rights? My freedom? Tell you what, why don't you give me them pills you're probably paid to give out, and I'll pretend like I take them, so I can go home. I'm a therapist, Max, not a psychiatrist. I don't prescribe medication. I am here to help. We can work our way around to talking about Alice later. Tell me, how do you feel about your work at the quarry? Quarry's dead. Meyer bought up all that land. I drive for them now. Not that it makes any difference. Driving is driving. Gotta help them deliver some big shipment one of these nights, and they're being all secretive about it. But I don't care what the job is, I'll do it. Use the money to pay for my little girl's college, because guess what? I am a good father, despite what they say. No, there wasn't any violence in my upbringing. There was discipline, and yeah, sometimes it hurt, but... Get that dumbass cat out of here, I'm gonna toss it out the window. Damn thing makes my nose itch. Tanya, out. Let's not threaten the cat. I'll keep her outside. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I just... Look, I'm willing to admit that I get angry sometimes, but there's a lot of stuff that's pissing me off, Doc. Like what? I lost my job. I don't even really know why, or... Those Meyer bastards! So I had a small accident with that shipment of pharmaceutical juice or whatever. So what? Don't I get any credit for 20 years of flawless driving? Man, whatever that shit was made me feel sick to my stomach. Damn stuff's probably toxic too, seeing as I can't even recall it fully, and it was only 2 nights ago. I don't really know why, or... Those modules drive... Damn stuff's go. That must be very frustrating. How often would you say you feel... God damn it! You know what? How am I supposed to show the court I've got my life together? God, I ain't got no job for no real reason. I've a good mind to go back to the quarry and have a nice long chat with those Meyer folk. Maybe I'll take that army hippie guy with me. He said he'll give me $200 if I can get him into the quarry. Perhaps we should discuss your approach in a calm... No. In fact, if they don't hire me back right away, there'll be hell to pay. I'm going. You're required to stay for the full session, Mr. Nygaard. Oh yeah? Try and stop me.
No, probably not. Max Nygaard is a 45-year-old man who was court ordered to attend sessions due to domestic disturbance within the household. Patient is currently married to his wife Alice. However, she is filed for separation and is not living in the household currently. They share a daughter who is 10 years old named Madison. His biological father has been arrested for domestic abuse, which has led to his mother separating from him and remarrying a man she had an affair with. Max has resentment towards his mother and presumably blames her for the separation and his father's arrest. Max had claimed to be physically abused, but diverts conversation when brought up. Max Nygaard has had an incident where he had kicked a chair across the room, which caused his wife Alice to live with her sister Mary. Alongside Alice has one full custody with no visitation rights, presumably after or before this event. Max had accidentally driven his truck through his garage door, which would lead into his daughter's room, causing further legal issues for Max. Max struggles with accountability for his actions and struggles with taking responsibility for his wrongdoing. His previous job has been a major struggle for his wrongdoing. He believes others are lying about what he does and is doing so in an attempt to cause his life to have turmoil. His previous job has been a major struggle due to there being an incident that had caused him to lose his job at the quarry. During the previous session, Max had become irate about losing his job, which he expressed wanted to go back to his previous job and demand his job back. The therapist has not seen Max in over 2 days and alerted authorities. Upon further investigation, other authorities. I'm ignoring the process of the game. Like, we find out like he hit someone in the jaw, crashed his vehicle, and everything else. Like, we're ignoring that aspect. We're just looking at specifically like the presenting factors before the game kind of takes place, such as like for look at Virginia. See, the Virginia was the most flushed out character. I think they really wanted us to have like a big bang. Alan's was like pretty minute in comparison.
Okay, this is Lucas's story.
I'm thinking more of the lungs of line of like he definitely has like an anger, intermittent explosive disorder. I think like the game just like headshotted it of just intermittent explosive disorder. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it says in game too. If we go back, it's just intermittent explosive disorder. But he definitely has like some kind of personality disorder. Narcissistic personality disorder, probably. Oops, let's see. Intermittent explosive disorder, narcissistic tendencies. I don't think it's tendencies. Let's see. Recurrent behavior outbursts represent a failure to control aggressive impulses and messages by either of the following: verbal aggression or physical aggression towards property, animals, or other individuals, occurring twice or averagely for a period. Fucking threatened his therapist cat, right? 3 behavior outbursts involving damage, destruction of property. Yeah. The magnitude of aggressive explosion during the current outburst is grossly out of proportion to the provocation or any. Yeah. The recurrent aggressive outbursts are not premeditated, they're impulse and are angered and are not committed to achieve some tangible objective, money, power, and intimidation. I would say C outside of work related issues. The recurrent aggressive outbursts either cause outbursts cause either marked distress in the individual or impairment in an occupational associated with, yeah, he's having illegal issues, chronic alcohol age at least 6 years old. The recurrent aggressive outbursts are not better explained by other mental disorders, major depressive, bipolar, disruptive mood disorder, regulation disorder, psychotic disorder, antisocial, borderline personality, and are not attributed to any other medical conditions, head trauma, Alzheimer's. He's not on drugs. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty straightforward of I'm gonna look at antisocial personality disorder. I don't think narciss. Yeah, we're looking for narcissistic. Has a granular sense of self-importance, achievement, and talents, expect to be recognized as superior without. We're looking for 5. Is preoccupied with any limitless power, balance? No. Believes that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by. No. No. Entitlement. Yeah. No. I would say he's entitled. That's pyromania. There we go. Oopsies. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm back.
I'm back.
Our persuasive pattern of disregard for the violation of rights of others occurring since age 15 is negated by 3 or more of the following: failure to conform to social norms with respect of lawful behaviors. I have to make sure, because antisocial personality. Yeah, I'd say he would have both. Like, he controls some of them, but then he doesn't control all of them. Okay, then we got Lucas. I don't think he's narcissistic in nature. Which, mind you, with us giving him antisocial, I mean, I think he just has antisocial personality disorder. I don't think he has like anything outside of that. I think it's just pretty straightforward. Like, I think it's just intermittent explosive and an anti-personality, which I mean, right here. They say narcissistic tendencies, but I mean, I don't think he's narcissistic. From what I'm gathering. Not that one. Not that one. I don't think that one. He has 5. I don't think he has 6. He has 7. He has 3 of the 5, but I don't think we have like a formal diagnosis. Or narcissistic. See, they say cluster. Which you could just diagnose as cluster B, right? I could just say like, oh, he's cluster B. But I think antisocial matches him more, to be honest with you. Like that, like I was gonna just say like baseline, like anger management, but this is more of like a intermittent. Explosive disorder. You know? I think it's just pretty straightforward of just like, this is kind of more of a some intensive shit with him. Like I you know, A1 B C D, yeah, I would say he's antisocial. I think in a minute. See, the recurrent aggressive outbursts are premeditated. See, this is just mainly like that last one, which I think that was pretty impulsive still. Like, I don't think he was planning it, but I think he just was like, I was gonna go do it kind of deal. Lucas. So Lucas is gonna be like, I think the simplest one. Lucas Cole is a 52-year-old male who see, his is more affected by like the drugs in the game. PTSD, suspected delusion disorder, paranoid tendencies. Who sought treatment on his own volition upon moving to Milton Haven. Volition. He was born and raised in northern Florida, excelled in school, and was on track to attend college. He had joined the military, however, to follow in his father's footsteps. His father, Dwayne Cole, footsteps. Patient suffers from clear case of PTSD related combat, loss of friends. Patient clear step and drug during the war. In accusations, he said would not be believed or taken seriously by anyone during or after his service. Patient came back stateside and has been obsessively looking for answers, a quest that has led him here. Legal explains that his security job as a groundskeeper at Elysium State Park, and as he was authorized to reside in a small cabin if he fixed it up, which he did. Lucas's... I put Locus. Lucas' father passed away 10 years ago. See, right here it says 55, but in the doc it says 52. Interesting. Max is 45. Alan is 33. Oh, they said he was 38. And then Virginia is 25. Yeah. $10 ago to unspecified circumstances, and Lucas diverts conversation about his biological mother. Lucas struggled with therapy in the past due to feeling ignored and dismissed by his clinical workers. Lucas presents with typical PTSD symptoms from the... Which war did he fight in? Would that be Nam? I think that would be Nam. Me and the boys. The plans for what comes later after the war. For band and chance for each other. For a good while. Crashing down. Crashing. So fans, great despair. So it's definitely Vietnam. No, he wasn't a politician's son. I wonder what made them change like the ages on stuff. Kill Papa Boomer. He'll pop it, boomer. Boomhauer. Boomhauer.
I wonder what this soldier has in store for us today.
Nice place you got here. Cozy. Well, why don't you sit down? To the point, a doctor's therapist I've met with, but I sometimes find it difficult to open up. Past therapy sessions were very productive. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not a super social guy, so you're the first person I've spoken more than a sentence with since I moved here. About a month ago. In that case, welcome to Milton Haven. Thanks. Since I'm on the road so much, I tend to keep to myself, but sometimes I feel like paying people to talk to me. I just got a little cabin just outside of town.
Seems like there's
Little guy, so since I'm on the road so much, I tend to keep to myself, but sometimes I feel like paying people to talk to me. So, what brings you here? That's a good question. I need help staying sane. You see, how this usually goes is that I tell you, the therapist, a story from my time in the armed forces of horrifying experiments, government conspiracies, and cover-ups. Then at some point, you're gonna give me the look. The look? The look you're giving me right now. The look that says I'm talking to a lunatic. Lunatic? No. But I am a bit puzzled. I would very much like to hear your story. All right, I'll tell it to you, but well, I've been made to doubt myself for years, so...
If this dude falls in the water one more time,
Let me do the talking for a bit, okay? Conspiracy man. So what's the verdict, Doc? Ed, this is fiction is genuine. I'd like to talk more about... I conducted a little security check and stashed all sorts of ill-gotten... Yeah, apologize. So, say nothing, but... What got her?
A sting
brain is pulsing. I am alive.
So, I don't know if I'm gonna do Desmond Whale. I mean, it's just like stereotypical. Like, I don't know. Like, we could do the main character, but he doesn't like really present with anything. Like, his girlfriend left him. His cat died, you know? These aren't things like I'm gonna like. I think that like we can keep it base level. Yeah, so the usual. Like, I mean, Alan. Well, Virginia's stuff is the most in depth. I think as the game went on, they probably did a little bit less and less than they should have with how much they put into the deftness, I guess, of the
Curiosity only brought her to me.
the cohorts, I guess, in the game. Like, because we just have like a lot of personality disorders. I mean, if I'm gonna diagnose Alan, I mean, it's just PTSD with paranoia. But I mean, like, if you look at it in the aspect of the game, he doesn't really have paranoia, you know? I think what I'll do tomorrow is probably continue with the script writing part of things. Of it. I restarted the game just so we can get a little bit of like a refresher.
I might be able to break this with something.
On
This will come in handy. This looks weak.
like a refresher on
It's locked. There's a keyhole.
hang on. Hello.
It's a fuse box. This looks weak. I could probably break this with something. This
of your reality and the gravity it carries, pulling you down. Ooh, I can't contain my excitement. I will have you, Desmond Wales. I will have all of you.
It's my tape player. It's my tape player. It's my tape player. Nothing. It's my tape player.
In an unexpected turn of events, it seems I'm the one who's losing my mind.
Whoa. Was it a dream?
Life in Milton Haven has become unfamiliar lately. People are... Hell, I'm starting to see unusual patterns, behaviors. Ever since my patients were dropping like flies. Dying. Oh, poor Virginia. I should go over their cases. I need to understand if I can get through this, if I can just keep my mind focused. I must stay aware, awake, alert.
Tanya? How? I mean, hi. I'm having a weird day. Everything okay with you? All right. I can sneak past it. I know I can. This elevator button is missing. It's blocked from the other side. It's blocked from the other side. Can't take another bite. Was worth a shot. Probably assemble something here. I hope I don't have to use this. Back in we go. Did I die? It's a lock with a coin slot. It's a fuse. The door to the east wing is locked. Needs a key. There's only so much I can carry. There's no power.
No, you're not gonna be sorry. I'm gonna end stream just so I can do other things today. So I think Ecdysis? No. I think Avu is streaming. So raid Avu Kamu. Yeah. I don't think. Oh, Big Titties is streaming too. But I think, yeah, just straight Avu.